go, guys. Alright, what do we got?
Select your god.
Probably. Hopefully that is not solo, but plus we'll see. Do a Mildred game. There's a lot of damage I'm gonna take in this one. Can I? 25? No, I don't think I can kill you. Oh, maybe I can actually. Yeah. Let's remove that guy at least. Still gonna take a lot of damage. Bro. What? That's so much damage out of the gate. And I do not seem to have a good build at dealing with that right now. Or cards, for that matter. Let's do this. Should be okay now. But that's a pretty rough start, bro. Maybe I can still make this. I'm getting some good cards here at least. Don't think I can survive another round like that though. Sunder? Kind of thinking. I'm tempted to do Aegis this game. But whatever. Let's just stay aggressive. I want to try a different build here. I want to go Devos. I was checking out Seagull last night when I was playing on my ult as well. And apparently there's a new SOT build going around. With a lot of lifesteal built into it, but I'm not really too sure if I like the build. I do think the build is good though. Excuse me. But Mordred and Hercules were two of the characters mentioned for this build, and I have a hard time seeing them being good with this build into like good people. But maybe I'm just bad. That's also a very real possibility. I'm fucking losing my voice this early. I just begun. There's so big DC, I don't know if he's coming back. We'll see, I guess. Otherwise, this will be a short one.
Minions have spawned.
Good game.
What am I even against? Yorm. Okay.
Careful in the jungle.
I wanted to see if I could box him this early, but I guess with okay, it's Aegis as well. I'm so tired of frontlines having Aegis. Fucking hell.
Enemy ultimate down. Your left tower is under attack.
Completed.
Yorm is a bit too good at boxing this early. And with me not having my double pots, as I usually have, makes this a little hard. Though he's also out of pots, so it's mutual. We'll see though, I mean I have warriors, so I do have something to give me some extra sustain.
Them away.
That's fine. Yorm is probably one of the not great things I can meet going for this new build, because I will be so much more squishy.
Good luck.
Like specifically boxing and like some longer range poke-ish happening will definitely be tough to deal with.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack! On my way! Missing left.
Yeah, it was bound to happen. Just a bit easy. Sucks though. I wanted to play out this lane a bit more. I want to see how it actually goes. Oh well, what can you do? I'll actually take it, because I believe this was my demotion game anyway. So now I have enough to at least survive another game. Nice. But still, tragic. What do we got? Boss and elite stuff. Longer game potions. I don't like that. A curse and 3 relics. That's tempting. Let's do the RNG one. Curse of the Bell. Whenever you use a potion, get 5 HP. That's nice. I don't mind that. That one's good too. And that one's great too. You know, it's worth it. Worth. And I just need pure, like, RNG rooms. Because every 4th room is a treasure room for me. With the RNG ones. Gotta abuse this one. Oh my god. I hate this enemy though. I guess I'll just poison all of them. Probably. Almost forgot to ban.
Select your god.
Wow. That's a lot of damage, boys. Shit. I guess I just try to block all of that. I can't even block all of it. That's so much damage. Some of these rooms are so brutal. Guess I'll just try and block as much as I can. Oh my god, that's so much damage from the get-go in this run. Fudge. Fudge. Okay, that's not too bad though. At least I'm getting some of them low. Should be able to hopefully maybe finish off one or two of them. Okay, now I definitely should be able to. So that guy dies. That guy dies. Perfect. No, dude, stop. Rare relic or fight. I'm gonna leave. I can't take another huge fight right now. Especially because I'm getting a treasure room in this next one. That one's nice, I like it. Okay. So I'm against Chalk. Aspect Chalk as well. Interesting. Who plays that? Surely no one sane plays Aspect Chalk. Because you have to go full damage if you do. That would be crazy. Definitely didn't do that myself yesterday. I think Aspect Chalk is really fun, but it's really not good. I think he just loses to almost fucking everything in lane. But he's just, like, he can farm so easily, so you can't just sit under tower, but like... I feel like you're playing Nuwa at that point. You might not die, but at least you can always safely farm. Just throw out the axe in the rain. But like, if you meet anything that can kind of fight, if you meet like Modred or like Hercules or anything like that, you should struggle real bad.
Minions have spawned.
You just play so much like a mage with the aspect and full damage. And if you're not going full damage with the aspect, there's just no reason to go for the aspect. It just isn't really worth it. Then you should go for the heal. The heal is still really good. He has Sunter too. Godly wrath.
Okay.
Birch activated.
Be careful. Ally has been slain. Range, wash them away.
I must have missed like a 1 or 2 creeps when I was about to get ganked. Otherwise, how is he that far ahead of me in XP? Ah, fuck it. I'm back. My daily Wukong content. I'm sorry. I actually do enjoy it right now, but I also... Right now, I feel like since I keep being top pick, not playing for something OP feels like a mistake. So I'm going for the Wukong, and if people are not gonna give me Suki, then I'm playing Wukong, you know? Like, I'm trying to get Suki. Or Tsukuyomi. I really want to play Tsukuyomi. People hate that guy.
Okay.
I'm just on level 5. Yeah, I'm literally like 1 creep off of level 5, it's tragic. That's good at least. Got something. Should have probably just stayed in my lane until I hit level 5 instead of rotating. I thought maybe we could rotate on the Pele fast enough, but yeah, optimistic. Now I am pretty seriously far behind in XP in the chalk. It's got a full level on me.
Attack left on my way. Attack. Enemy missing right.
He can't TP yet, so at least that's not that bad.
Enemy has been slain.
Thing is though, proxying is actually a thing now. I guess I lost a few creeps there actually for doing that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Proxying is a thing again. Might as well do it.
Your right tower is under attack.
And back early.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Holy rock! Your right tower is under attack.
This kind of sucks. Not really much I can do there.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Fabuloso!
That helps me a lot. I'm back. Still lower level than Chuck though.
Your right tower is under
He is just hyper farming, probably taking on my farm as well. Oh, lucky enough, these are still up.
enemy missing left. Defend the Gold Fury. Vista, amigo.
Enemy ultimate down.
Just always someone dying in mid.
Enemy missing right. The rain shall wash them away.
Cancel that. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Holy rock.
Pretty sure Chuck is also just getting decent cooldown. That's maybe that's why he's so far ahead as well. He's just solo farming these.
Defend the Gold Fury.
Cancel that.
Slain. Enemy missing right. Your middle tower is under attack. Holy rock. An enemy has been slain. Rain will wash them away. Oh, he's a holy rock. Enemy ultimate's down.
Yeah. Kinda panic beatsed.
Your
Was hoping if I could maybe hold on to my ult, but I should have just ulted.
holy rock. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
I was also just heavy debating whether to just leave my blue and go rotate instead, see if I can win the fight, because I know I probably couldn't get my blue, but I got my blue anyway, so... Worked out. Sometimes you just gotta admit when you can't fight. Right now there's no way I can fight Chuck. He heals too much and he has this like heavy lifesteal build, so... Not only does he just heal too much, he just deals too much damage. I'm not at the point where I really do that much damage yet.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Enemy missing right.
Enemies in middle lane.
Attack! Awesome! Okay. Behind us! Ultimate is ready. My way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful. This is middle.
Your middle tower is under attack. The range shall wash them away.
I was too close for comfort.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We definitely just, like, we gotta kill this Chuck.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
He's not really that tanky.
Okay. Enemy missing right. Only raw. Wait. Enemy has been slain. That's too bad.
Actual raid boss with that build, bro. Would be easier though if I was... I don't know how that build would go into an actual tank. Legitimately. I do not know. Because it's heavy on lifesteal. But if you don't deal that much damage to someone, maybe it's easier? I don't know. I want to see how that build actually goes into a real tank. Right now, obviously, I think Wukong as mage loses into most things during the laning phase, because he doesn't have enough damage to really be a threat yet. Like, it's starting to get there, but it's not there yet.
Enemy has been slain.
Don't think I get this tower, but... Let's try.
Enemy missing right.
Guess he doesn't have TP, then I guess I will get it. Oh, I went left as well.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
mean, did we just go in without...
Enemy team has
Okay.
destroyed the Gold Fury. Thanks.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack.
Bro.
The range shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Like a babe. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Why the hell you go right without taking the waves? Hello.
Enemy spotted.
I do think what keeps me want to play Wukong though is that he rotates really fast. That's something I miss with Vamana. It's something that I definitely enjoy the most with Vamana as well, is that I just love rotating quick.
Ally has been slain.
And Wukong's bird is the closest to Vamana's one.
Retreat! Ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyro. Your left tower is under attack. Fire giant. Enemies incoming left.
They're just hunting Thana at this point.
On my way. Retreat. Cancel that.
I do not know what the fuck he is doing in left though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Enemies in middle lane.
Retreat! Retreat! Slain. Very strong. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Our team is just overstaying so much. Like Anubis and Cerberus mainly. They're just dying every time they show up in anything, from what I've seen so far.
The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. Attack the Gold Fury. Be careful. Follow me. Enemy missing.
I'm so fast in the bird with speed boosts.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy spotted.
Just back and go fire, boys. I'm coming to fire Kai, I think we can just do it.
Enemy has been slain. Destroyed the fire tower.
That was a bit risky there in the end. But it worked out.
Middle lane.
The rain shall wash them away.
Honey.
An enemy has been slain. Middle enemy tower. Destroy the middle enemy phoenix.
Bro, why did you leech it to me? The fuck? Well, Cerberus is kinda cost of that at least. Suddenly I'm tanking the Titan. He wasn't that low, he could have taken a few more hits.
Oh, easy run.
Oh well, man, at least we got a Phoenix for it, but that's so unnecessary. Maybe we couldn't have ended. I mean, they spawned pretty fucking fast. I wasn't looking too much at spawn timers, to be honest.
Defend Gold Fury.
Let the eternal darkness
Cancel that. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Gold is back to being even as well. Gonna go see if I can get this tower.
Enemy spotted.
Seems like no one wants to defend it, so don't mind if I do.
Enemy has been slain. On my way. Destroy the right enemy tower.
It's TP over as well.
On my way. The rain shall wash them away.
Well, I mean that worked out in the end, but I wasn't ready for Cerberus to go all in. I kind of got baited by going back in. I wasn't gonna necessarily look for the kill. I was just chasing for chasing purposes, I guess. Since I still had my ult, but when he went in, I kind of started panicking to try and help him out. Then I died having both beats and ult up as a Wukong. Tragic.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I need to go back and play more selfishly. It went much better when I was just playing selfishly. Kind of feel like you need to do that on this peg the other way. Because you have to just only go in and poke whenever you can. When it fits you.
Attack fire giant.
On my way.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't do it if we're all back in. Just gotta wait then.
On my way.
Retreat.
On my way. On my way. Ultimate is ready.
On my way. On my way. Enemy has been slain.
Done with my shift yet?
Careful, right.
Fuck it, I'm beasing it.
Enemy spotted. Spotted. Hasta la vista, amigo. Ally has been slain. Wash them away. Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Move like it.
Ah, sure, just gotten out. Fucking knock up on the parallel is fucking me up every time. Guys, we will literally win this for free if we just stay grouped. We have so much poke.
Is under attack.
We don't need to chase them down. At least Anna's cooking. Yeah, Kai. I mean, Kai always is cooking. He's a good player. It just sucks right now. Like, I think like Huye is playing well. He just always goes alone. That's the issue. Unfortunate.
That's too bad.
And I, once again, have been saying I need to just play way more selfishly. I shouldn't be dying at all. Like, this pick is so hard to punish if you just position yourself well. But like I keep trying to either help people out or look for something aggressive, which I just generally really shouldn't on this character. At least not with my beats down. Maybe
Your team
if I have beats up.
pyromancer. Enemy has been slain.
Close. I'm not sure he really wanted to do that though. With him still running around with very low HP there.
On my way.
No, I'm so shit. I thought my Cerberus was actually the chunk. I just saw a big model behind me. I fucked up. Oh, that is so close. Got Thana though. Speed race Karn. She probably knows though. Nearly 40% bonk, yeah, without... I need width very badly. And especially now that I have Signa.
Enemy has been slain.
Close. I still got him. Damn. Goober doing some big damage now. I gotta just chill. I'm actually just dying too much because I keep being aggressive. I keep telling myself the same shit. I just go too aggressive. Why am I ulting in? Stop doing that. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Time to listen to yourself. Yeah, you're right. I'm really bad at that though. I'll say one thing and I'll do the opposite. Do that shit all the time. I'm like actually like certified idiot. Oh, Cerberus is dead again. My boy. Maybe he's fine. Okay, thank God. That's just some get blocked. Oh, he might still be dead.
Ally has been slain. Wonderful. Defend the fire giant.
I mean, we need some wards, boys. We don't know where anyone else. They're just sitting in our own bushes.
Wash them away. Ally has been slain. All right.
Oh, that sucks, man. I don't know Pele was in our bush. Like, how... It's so weird to me. Like, how did she get there so fast, too?
Enemies at the fire giant. All right. Save yourself.
I think he just tries to run.
Attack.
That's actually crazy that he didn't get it.
Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very scary. Yeah.
Got a ward. I mean, at least Sopik picked up the dagger.
On my way. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your right phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix is destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Attack. Your middle tower is destroyed. Your titan is under attack. The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Gang! The rain shall wash them away. Attack! Shimmering radiance. Spotted. Your middle phoenix.
Ah, it's cooked.
Ally has been slain.
Trying to initiate for us, but I need to stop. I'm getting baited by our calls. Really fucking trying. I was just get a one shot because they're just waiting for us in bushes as we are like looking to. I guess they just end now. That's cooked. I do wish we had like a support this game, because I feel like it should have been so free. Yeah, no, we're definitely through this one.
No problem.
Defeat.
I guess I was relying too much on the fact that our Anubis and or Hu Yi, I guess maybe even the Cerberus as well, was able to pick it up even if I died. I need to stop. I need to stop doing that. That was just me being one shot by a Pele every time. We're definitely just getting baited. Like we're just over chasing. I was trying to create room. That was what I kept trying to do. That's probably the best way I can put it. Because we didn't have a support this game. How dare you trust people? How could you do that? Damn it, that really stings though, because that game was ours, 1000%. We're literally just losing because we don't have a support that plays around us. He always went in alone. Like he ults, like maybe gets a really good ult, like a 3 people, and no one's there because he's just alone every single time. I don't even think he played like quote unquote bad mechanically. He was just always out of position, which sure is obviously bad, but don't think it should have been as bad as it looked like if he just played around us. I guess I'll just kill him. Oh well, though. It is what it is. I definitely, like, just looking at myself that game too, I definitely could have positioned myself a lot better in some of these fights, but it makes it harder to play Wukong, I think, if you don't have an actual frontline. Who is just alive, I guess. Because nothing's ever in front of you, and I can literally just get ulted by a, like a Pele, because my frontline is always dead. It makes it harder to try and just stay back and, you know, wait for an opportunity. GG, Patty. But like, the amount of times, like, I don't think I can count on my 2 hands. And maybe my feet, how many times Cerberus got plucked. Just stay back, bro. We just need to stay back. Oh, I fucked up. I should have used this. Fudge. Fudge. I could escape from this, I guess, but whatever. Could also just kill it. It's close. Fuck, I should have just used my shield instead, I guess. Fuck, dude, it's like 1 HP, bro. Fudge. How could I have done this? Guess I'll just have to take the damage. Fucking hell, I'm actually just gonna do this. Bye. Fuck this mob. That enemy's terrible. I'm gonna ban Thana.
Select your god.
I really don't want to play Wukong again though. Let's see, what else can I just play here? Do a Thor game. Haven't done Thor in a while. Who's in the lobby? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Dude, why you gotta do so much damage from the get-go, man? The fuck is that? I don't even think I can kill any of them in this round. Rigged. Let's try and block as much as I can. I usually don't expect that much from like the Sunday queues, so we will see who is in this game. Could be anyone or no one. This kind of sucks. I don't have any block this round. Curie Conquest match this morning, got jungle, which is my least played role. Same, man. Went on her, nice. I mean, the ADC jungle is definitely pretty fun at the moment. I think if I got something on a higher level in if I got jungle, I should say, in like a high level game, I'll probably just go for an ADC like Apollo. Because it's a god I know how to play, and I mean, it's good, so why not? Man, they really picked the Wukong and the Nemesis, huh? I guess I'm going Aegis this game. Because I ain't a fan of the Kraken. Oh yeah, I can imagine the matchmaking doesn't exist in casuals. There's not enough players for it, man. All the passionate people are playing ranked. I would guess. There's probably a few casuals I would imagine that are probably pretty good, but I guess Smite 2 probably doesn't have the biggest casual fan base.
Minions have spawned. Enemy spotted.
Okay, thanks.
W key. He's got that extra health.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
I can feel it. Let's see if he's gonna walk up.
Tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy missing. Enemy missing middle. Spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, right. Enemy missing middle.
Just back off here. Not really anywhere near being able to finish my item anyway. Might as well just make sure that I'm not losing any farm in terms of blue buffs and stuff. I'm back now. Before that shit spawns.
The rain shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
Let's do this first though.
Battle is won. Well fought. The battle is won. Your left tower is under attack.
Just gonna min-max the XP. Like everything else. I don't need to fight yet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Let's get Devos. No. Good. Bad. Bad, man. I do like our comp, but it's gonna be really scary into theirs. Like, I mean, okay, I mean, maybe never mind. I'm seeing what Wukong is building now, but they do have the Nemesis as well.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has
That's
been
definitely
slain.
scary.
The rain shall wash them away.
Okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I can definitely see a duo potentially being a problem, though. If they have someone on the enemy team that wants to call for objectives.
Enemy has been slain.
Be careful.
Enemy missing left. Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
I did see him. He's probably coming. That's fine.
I'll feel that in the morning.
Guess I'm going for another wave. No! I was trying for the bait. Aw, man. I went for the bait. I thought he had already landed. I'm cooking myself. Right, what am I building next then? Was it this one? This was the SOT build? Stride on Thor. That was Wukong's journey to the west. Where did my wave go? I'm actually confused. I thought I could turn around and go all the way back to my wave, but then there was no wave. My wave had already pushed. Like, what the fuck was that?
Your middle tower
It should have worked. He went Lifebinder? Nah.
Cancel that.
Wukong with Lifebinder. What a time to be alive.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy almost down. The rain shall wash them away.
Okay. That was a Nim there. I feel like I have to go for some kind of cooldown at this point though, but the build is Sanguine next.
Been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
9 seconds. I want to get these things.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle. Careful left.
interesting. I'll take a different kill. It's fine with me. Doesn't have to be Wukong.
Enemy has been slain. Well, your right tower is under attack.
I mean, this does seem pretty one-sided so far.
Well fought. Your team has destroyed the gold pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Not the shot. I don't know if he has TP. I guess I can just get tower otherwise. Not that there's any risk in it. In terms of damage output, I do think this build is very good. But still don't know. I'm gonna need to see more games to be convinced. I do think some gods like Hercules and potentially even Thor just really need cooldown. Otherwise they're just so slow to play.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing left. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower. The battle is won. Well fought. The battle is won.
Thanks.
Hello, Nectura. My ult's coming up soon. I think I'll just invade red. You miss me? Always. Think about you every night. Aspect Nem with full damage isn't really as scary to me, so that's fine. 13 seconds. The cripple! No, they're all just fucking 1 HP, bro. The cripple really fucked me there. Why are they all here though? Where's my soap again? My on her. Wow, there are 5 people there. The one time I rotate. What's next? This one, right? The heal my allies with lifesteal thing. And then the next one is really strange, is this one. Which is int, but that's not really much of a Thor item. I don't know if I want to do that. But I get it. Like, this build is purely based around lifesteal. It's full lifesteal. I still don't know why the fuck Sanguine has lifesteal on it. That doesn't make any sense.
Your left tower is under attack.
There's a Nim in my lane. That's good.
Your left tower is under attack.
And I'm on range. That's great. Just wall him off though.
Let me. There's no way. The guilty always fall. Judgment is my domain. Justice needs a dramatic outcome.
In brawls like that, it's where I feel like the lack of cooldown the most. I miss having cooldown, but I suppose this also wasn't one of the gods that he was... This is SOT's build, by the way, if I haven't mentioned that already. I was watching Seagull stream yesterday and he mentioned it, and he was trying it on a few different characters, and he mentioned a few different gods that you should play this on. Thor was not one of them. It was like Mordred, Hercules, I forgot the others. He named like 4. But I'm not too convinced in terms of Mordred, at least. I could see it maybe on Hercules, because you can't just do that big like one combo, but I feel like Hercules without cooldown feels like absolute dog shit. Especially Hercules. I think he's like the #1 character I feel like needs cooldown to actually feel good to play. That being said, I don't think it's bad if you can get it online. But like Herc already isn't really that great early on. He does struggle a decent bit.
Take it like a baby. Your middle tower is under attack.
What's happening in mid, bro? They're just diving.
An enemy has been slain.
Nowhere to hide.
If only I had cooldowns, bro. Cooldowns would be pretty cool. If only I hit that double tap, that would have been a kill.
Your team has destroyed a right
Think
enemy
back.
tower.
Just not take any more damage. I don't think I've aegis once this game anyway, so fuck it. Can they surrender, by the way? This game is actually not very fun anymore.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I do think this build is... Don't. Oh my... You fucking harpy. I do think this build is interesting. It's different, and I like that. But... I do think... I don't know how it would actually work out into really good players, is all I'm really saying. Though I do believe he played it in Smite Prime as well. So maybe I'm just a stupid idiot. Yeah, I do heal a lot. Like, it does heal a lot. It does. I just think you're very squishy with it. So I think you can also very easily just get CC'd in one shot. Because you're not tanky with this. This Wukong and his life binder. He loves it. No, my healer, bro. I think right now in Smite 2, it's so easy to get one shot. Which is why I'm thinking this build is interesting. Because being tanky doesn't really matter all that much anyway. So what's the point?
Rain shall wash them away.
That wasn't really necessary, but that's okay.
Be careful.
Don't think we need to really bots ult him here. Pretty sure he was dead regardless. A one-shot by Mercury yesterday. Who ulted me and used this weird bow that shoots crap at you. Yep. Laning bow is still broken. It still is. Big surprise. Laning bow is still fucking stupid.
Your right tower is under attack.
I don't know. He's kind of getting hit by a lot of shit here. I don't think I can help him.
Oh, you move like a jackal. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Incoming.
My ult is still on cooldown after all this time. His ult, hopefully, is still also on cooldown. Oh my, he's just flying around everywhere. Bro, he's gonna survive because of all these fucking plugs and shit. Fuck, man.
Anyone?
Stop plugging people when they're CC'd. Fucking hell. Alright, I'm back in. Always block. Not block, plug. Plug.
That should help.
Don't ever Celtic plug them if they're already CC'd.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
Do all of it.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
There is also one forbidden one. Dude, this is in a fucking arena game. At this point, I should probably... Like, I don't want to end up in a situation where my whole team dies because I wasn't there, but I should just split push and get Phoenixes here.
Wash them away.
I think we can maybe end up with this anyway, though. That's the ult again.
Your team has destroyed a little enemy Phoenix.
What's the last item for this mysterious build? I forgot. I was kind of hoping I never got to it. I forgot what the last item is. No, I don't actually. For some reason, it is Draconic. I don't know why. But I guess it's just because you want like a last item to make you more tanky that will just give you a bunch of like just base protections. Don't think I ever saw 100 Devil stacks. Happens pretty often, I would say. Especially if you're building it in solo. Like solo ADCs. What even happened on the enemy team in this one? Can you coach me off stream? No. Also, what would even be the point? There's no competitive scene. Why would you get coached? You keep being coached for ranked? That doesn't sound like it's worth it. Man. Why am I stupid? Guys, why didn't you tell me that I was stupid? You could have warned me. You could have at least warned me. It's fine, actually. I'm pretty good at it. Where was I going again? I wanted some... Was it that one? Fucking antivirus program just popped up. Started lagging my whole thing. I did tell you to listen to yourself. Like, yeah, you did. I will follow your stream in return, so I can get out of plat. I think all you have to do to rise in ranked right now is be good at jungle. There you go. Give me that follow. Microsoft Defender? No, I have a AVG or whatever. I don't know if it's... I like what I have, don't get me wrong. It just sometimes it pops up and tells me, I'm gonna scan your PC real quick. Then I'll be like, okay, you do that. Duplicate a card. Sure. What if I duplicate this bad boy? Get 2 of those. Can you stop giving me monsters in these random rooms? Good thing I have my easy 30 damage. Well, that was a mistake. Jokes on you, I'm already followed. Could have fooled me.
Select your god.
Let's try and do it on Herc. I don't think I want to do that full build on Herc though. I might do Devos. I don't know, dude. I want to start with cooldown though. I fucking hate not having a cooldown on this character. This isn't really looking great. That's a lot of fucking damage, boy. Why are you doing so much damage? On round 2. Just try and block the most of it. 15 damage. I think I just take the hit and try to get more damage out of it. Oh yeah, it keeps swapping. Never mind. Every time I hit it, it fucking swaps. I did forget about that. Fuck me, dude. Why can't I read my cards first? I don't want to take that big of a hit, bro. Yeah, fuck it. There we go. What the fuck am I against? This looks like I need beats this game. Dude, of all the people to... For all the people to give Suku to, of course it's Gunter. Why did he randomly show up?
I have no buttons.
The chat of ranked. I mean, I do... He is good, but I do win against him pretty often as well. I just hope... I think this feels like one of those cases where it's just based around our teams. But I'm a bit afraid, because this was the Wukong I was against last game, and I can obviously clearly tell that he is not at this level. Just how he was playing and how he was building.
Minions have spawned.
But I believe in him. I'm sure he can do it. His opponent is only one of the best mids in the world. No worries. Shouldn't be too hard. And I'm against the Mordred, the character that even your newborn baby can play at a high level. He's just so easy to play. That's the issue with Mordred. It's why they ban him at lower levels too. He's so easy to play. And I'm a Hercules, but I should be okay once I hit level 3, I think. Maybe even level 2, depending. He's clearing it pretty slow because he's not grouping up the minions. I'll be okay though. He's definitely also not playing at a very high level right now.
I sense your fear.
Maybe if I hit that, I could actually kill, but I'm an idiot, I'm stupid, and I can't play the game very well. That's a problem I have. He also has challenges and shit. I'm out of everything.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, I hate the minions in Smite 2. Why would you go into the tower like that? Ah, fuck it, man. I'll go Devos.
Cancel that.
I really don't like it, though. I really want cooldown. But let's try it.
Enemy missing left. Enemy spotted. Crumbles before you. There's only one champion. There will be nothing left. Kingdom crumbles before you. Run.
Well, I'm fucking dead, I guess, because he got hit by that.
It's too hot to handle.
I mean, if it wasn't because Mordred was bad, that would have been so fucking cooked.
Ally has been slain.
I can't believe Bots got hit by that. Also, very confused how I didn't get the last Firebrand there. I went for that so I could hit level 5. You give me a VIP so I can bypass your message was not sent because you're reading messages too quickly. Or sending messages too quickly. I don't know. Maybe that system is there for a good reason. Maybe we need the protection from you. Not even close. Yeah, no, there was no way I should have ever gotten the kill there. That was a huge combination of me fucking up and Mordred fucking up even more. And Bots wasn't level 5 either.
Enemy missing middle.
But that is a gigantic kill for me to get. There's a Ganesha here. Is that the jungler? No, it's a support. Okay. No, dude.
I sense your fear. Enemies in lifeline.
Help, team, help. Once again, don't feel like I should have lived, but I did. I had to drink the Mordred roll twice.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I can heal up a little bit at least with Devos.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ult, please. Have a lower cooldown. I beg of thee. Wow. I mean, I'm just fucking shit. That's the consensus right now. I was trying to look for a good double bounce. Well, guess what I hit? Fucking nothing. Didn't even hit him. Dude, I haven't played Hercules in so long, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on this character. At the same time, I'm building something I don't know what the fuck is supposed to be doing on Hercules. I don't like it. Why do I have Devos?
Enemy missing.
And why am I changing the build after building Devos? Who knows? Big questions. None of Herc's abilities one-shot the wave either, so you can't get easy stacks. Anyway, enough complaining. I gotta shape up, lock in, do better. What is he building to? He is, okay, he's got the old Phoenix shield built. Stick around, bro. Stick around. Definitely will not hold you. No, it will only get easier from now. My abilities will actually start to do damage now. Unlike before.
Enemy missing leg.
Okay.
Don't forget to VIP me.
Enemy missing
I don't know if I can trust you not to abuse it though, you know? Would you trust yourself with that?
Ally has been slain.
Yes, are you sure? I don't know, man. That sounds kind of sus to me. Very trustworthy person. I think you lost me there.
Oh, easy wrong team.
I think you lost me.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under
Okay, I need to actually take a look at what's happening in this this game so far. Who's doing well, who's not? Mid struggling a bit, ADC struggling a bit. Okay. Okay, well now that I have this, I guess I go Sanguine.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
You'll get my blue this once, boy. You'll get it just this once. Still a 2-level difference anyway.
Your middle tower
Enemy
is
missing
under
middle.
attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I mean, they just keep getting gold, man. Can we get some fucking wards there?
The Pyroman has arrived. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. The rain shall wash them away.
No. No, I didn't. I can't believe I fucking missed my one-point blank like that. That's so bad. If I didn't get him there, they might have been the last game today.
Your right tower is under attack.
You're a freaking bully? Well, what do you want me to do? I'm here to win. I'm going for this item first. Let's get some defense into Mordred just in case. Not to mention, actually, I mean, their whole team is physical. The fact that I'm building damage in this game is so stupid. I could literally just go full tank, be full physical. Well, it doesn't matter. Tanks are fake. What am I even saying?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a
Okay. He moves weird too. Like he just runs straight at all times. Maybe I'm not the issue. Maybe his movement is the issue. It's so simple that it's hard to actually hit him. Now he jukes. Okay, bro. Okay. Whatever. I don't care anymore. I will go regrowth. I usually always go for it second on Hercules. I'm just trying a different build because everyone's freaking out over it. I think even if this build is better, it just isn't as fun. I think Hercules without any cooldown feels so boring and slow to play. That's my main issue. The build might be completely broken, but dude, it's literally 10 seconds where I can't play the game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It truly is boring. He ulted from so far away.
Your middle tower is under attack. We slain an enemy.
We still got him, but bro, can we just go in? Was I really the only one just chasing that? Guess I was. And I'm also not tanky, that's also a part of it. I gotta be more careful. So yeah, I think I'll go regrowth 5th. I gotta get Sanguine now, otherwise it's gonna come on way too late. I'll probably end off this build with a regrowth into Nemean. I think I need it this game. Nice. Still got that at least. Dude, how is Suki not dead? What was I... How I left off there felt like he was going to die.
Very strong. I hit like a baby. Triple kill. Oh, you move like a child.
Cupid, of course. Why would you not be back and just ult me straight away? I missed my ult again! This is such a bad Hercules game. I'm making so many mistakes. Have a nice one, Victoria.
Your left tower is under attack.
No matter how much defense hunters will burn in this game, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's just so much pen in general. I don't think the game necessarily is in a bad state for tanks. Like,
Your left tower.
it just, in ranked specifically, I think it feels bad. I think for competitive play, having a front line that can, you know, tank towers for you, and just overall be there when you need something to be tanked, or just, you know, you need something at the front that can kind of CC for you and all that stuff. I think it's fine, but I think in ranked, when there isn't a communication about it, it makes it so much harder to utilize. I just feel like I'm useless if I play something like, let's say, I mean, Mulan is a bad example because she's kind of meh at the moment anyway, but if I'm playing Mulan and I get a really nice 3 and there's no follow-up on it, then why do I even exist? What am I doing here? Like, frontlines in Smite, I guess it's the same for like League and stuff, but... I'm just missing everything. It's really bad. At least I have my ult this time to respond to the Cupid ult, but I'm already really fucking tired of getting Cupid ulted. Regrowth will really help me out so much. Not too close. I ain't backing. I think my main problem with frontlining right now is that they still seem like Harriers are focusing on item damage for the frontlines rather than them just relying on their own damage, which I think it's really boring. Why are we doing item damage stuff? Okay, well that is the biggest hacking thing I have ever seen, I think. He literally knew where I was. Surely we win this fight though when you're 3v4. Okay. Bro, that is weird. He literally just knew where I was? That's so weird. That is the biggest walling thing I have ever seen. You cannot tell me he knew where I was exactly in that bush. Like, exactly where I was. That is way too sus, bro. And then you're plugging back in. Bro! Where's the plug? Maybe he just dashed out, but like that should have been pretty easy. Just plug him further into the tower.
Destroyed.
I think he's dead anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting Cupid ulted on cooldown.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
I didn't realize Nicholas was walling. Is that why he suddenly started playing so much better? All of a sudden I saw him go from not doing anything in any games until randomly actually doing something at times.
Pyromancer has arrived.
That would explain it. Oh, I still got dagger off. Dude. Like, come on. Oh, at least they got him, thank God.
Time for me.
The lack of cooldown I have... I need my ult for Cupid ult, basically, it feels like. But even then, I'm still inside of it, so I'll probably still die. It's awkward. Hercules is not really that great into a Cupid. Makes it tough when he's just kind of running me down.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
It just means I can't walk up anywhere. Is this a cooldown build? It's not a cooldown build, at least. Dude, that's crazy. That is crazy. Good thing he's bad, otherwise it would have been an issue. Yeah, I'm guessing the wall is going to be in the way. Wanted to try and help out, though.
Enemy has been slain.
Defend the fire giant!
That's true. It doesn't have to be walling. It could just be stream sniping as well. You're right.
Oh, he's the wrong team.
That is a good point. Still. But now he went on someone else, though. Still. I think he might just be stream sniping. Could be walling, though. Let's just get the fuck away from him. Barely Nemean just straight up counters Tsukuyomi.
Enemy spotted!
Ultimate is ready.
Huge. At least we got dagger and we took fire off of majority of them. I don't know when the others two spawned, but I assume they were up at the time. Getting way too close. Whoops.
There's only one champion!
That was so wide. There was so many of them. They just spread out. That's crazy. Okay. That should make things easier. So if I ever get Suku ulted, Nemean should make it... Oh no, Buzz is dead. Why are we fighting, bro? Well, I guess that's game. At least give me the chance to fucking defend, man. My team just said fuck no. Okay, well. Yeah, that was just stupid. I don't know why the fuck my team's fighting in mid without me. That's so insane. That's crazy. I would imagine it's more stream sniping than anything else, but because like Nicholas has been in a lot of games, I would be very surprised if he was like suddenly walling, but it feels more like walling though. Like the one time I was in my lane, sitting specifically in a bush. Granted, sometimes you can still see people through a bush because of weird effects and stuff. I don't know if maybe Herc's 3 is visible in the bushes. I don't know. I know Thor is bugged that way. You can see his hammer in the bush. But he literally knew where I was exactly in that bush. That was just so weird. That was too fucking strange. Oh, I hit rank 10 on Herc. Nice. Don't think it matters. I think Herc's rating is actually one of the worst ones. I don't like it. And the thing is, Nicholas, if you're in the stream and listening, if you're not actually walling or stream sniping, I get it. Sometimes weird shit can happen, but you gotta explain yourself because something was fucking weird in that game. If you really weren't, like, I'm down to believe all that stuff. Because as someone who was playing on an alt in Smite 1 and was very, very fast, accused of hacking, was insane. So I know sometimes it's not sometimes you're just unlucky and maybe, or lucky for that matter, in a game, and it results in you being accused of something and everyone just jumps in the train. So I don't want to just instantly throw out he is hacking, but whether you are or not is I don't know. It was definitely sus that game. That's all I'm saying. But I hate accusing people of hacking because of being on the receiving end as well. That shit ain't fun. I'll ban the Suku this time though. If Gunter is playing, I don't want to leave it in his hands. But I mean, Aladdin is there too, so what's even the point? Does it even matter? I'll play Kukulkan. I want to play something where I can actually. Oh, the Aladdin Wukong. I might have fucked the picks here, but I don't really think I could have done anything about it. It's just too easy to get what you want if you're first picking. There's too much stuff. It does feel like almost no one is playing today, though, I will say. Not been a lot of people in the queues. That is a Sunday, though, I suppose. Might still be able to win. If this is a, I actually hope for once that this is an Ind Wukong. I think it'll be easier to deal with as Cuckoo. Otherwise, normally I fucking hate dealing with that. I mean, I think I had to go Aegis this game as much as I actually hate it. Alright, let's see how this goes. This game will definitely feel like a ticking time bomb, even more so. Like, their whole comp. That is strange, though. Is that Neath Jungle?
That's too bad.
minions have spawned.
I don't know. Their comp is definitely a ticking time bomb, it feels like. Yes, probably should have started with my tornado actually. What the fuck? Is it a normal cast? Oh my god. Oh, this kind of works out. It's fucking decoy. It's a strength Wukong. Tragic.
That's too bad. Your right tower is under attack.
Let me just fix this straight away. Why would you ever be a normal cast?
Take this jungle buff. Return to base.
A little close for comfort. See, you learn from Snot. I mean, don't you see this Radiant Kukulkan? I've played a shit ton of Kukulkan. I just haven't done it for a while. I played it before him. Well, that's all I'm saying, alright? No, to be real, I think Snot has definitely been rocking people's
Enemy missing middle.
asses, I guess, on this pick.
Wash them away.
But I like it a lot too. I just tend to play it a lot more of like a frontliney type way. I mean, ballsy of him. Oh my god. Let's just do that real fast. Don't hit me. Don't fucking hit me. There's a Neef here. Fuck. Oh, my ADC, bro. My Kali ADC. Dude, he did so much fucking damage to me. At level 5 when he's level 4. I guess it's just the extra damage from the decoy as well. Like, holy fuck. That did so much damage to me.
Your left tower is
I'm
under
guessing my blue is done here, though.
enemy ultimate down.
Well, with a potential of I mean, Neath jungle? Really? I don't know if I can walk up that much then. And it will only get scarier too. I had to try. It's not like I'm gonna be using it for anything else.
Completed. Behind us. Enemy spotted.
Gank right lane. Thanks.
Enemy missing! Be careful! Enemy missing middle!
Rocket launch.
Some other time.
I was almost afraid that my NATO wasn't gonna do enough damage there. That's really not what I'm leveling at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. The decoy is definitely pretty OP early. That shit feels really powerful. Now that I'm just getting autoed by it.
Your left tower is under attack!
Right, careful middle.
Enemy missing left.
Be careful. Set up an ambush here.
Tragic. I'm missing fucking everything.
Ally has been slain!
Enemies in right lane. Enemies in right lane.
Shit.
Your right tower is under attack! The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury!
I'll attack left lane.
Your right tower is under attack! Your left tower is under attack!
That middle lane.
Fen camping him is definitely nice for me. Getting me further into that late game than I really need. You know what? I'm actually gonna buy Charles as well.
Right. On my way.
Polly is up next. That will make it so much better. So much easier to poke
Here.
and just fight.
Your right tower is under attack! Enemy missing middle! Enemy missing middle! Retreat! Right lane!
And middle.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy has been slain!
That's too bad.
Tragic. I think I fucked up my dash there. I might have just cancelled it too early. Don't know where the fuck that went. don't know why he went back in. I'm not complaining though.
The rain shall wash them away.
Be careful.
Maybe I can assume Aladdin was on the right side of the map. Maybe I can do the firebrands.
They can't escape us now. Delicious kill. They can't
Your middle tower
escape
is
us
under attack.
now. On my way.
On my way.
Under attack.
Serpent swiftness. Careful. Need healing.
Enemy ultimate down. Yes. Enemies behind
Behind
us.
us.
Ally has been slain.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, he should just fallen back. I don't know why he kept going. The fact that we even survived that fight was good. I think we should have just gotten out.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower is under attack. Toward the Gold Fury.
We need wards. Enemy missing.
They can't
Enemy missing.
These delicious kill. Enemy missing left. The sweet
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team.
I mean, it ain't looking good. 5 of the kills we have, half of our kills is on me. And while, I mean, I suppose that is good, it ain't good for the rest of my team here. I'll grab some pen now, I guess, and probably a ward.
I am
It's only a matter of time before I get over-visited by people. Bro, how does this even happen? On Kali? And it's not, well, okay, I mean, never mind. Maybe it's just because they're being camped by everyone.
Your left tower
enemy
is under
missing
attack.
left.
Pretty sure that's my buff con.
Set up an ambush here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fucking knee hold, bro.
Coming right. They hit like a
I mean, I knew it was gonna happen eventually.
enemy has been
Sad my ult missed him. Really sad that my ult missed him.
Ally has been slain.
Into the land.
Middle enemy tower.
Be careful.
Good game. Quiet.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I should have just played on my ult today. I knew that the games were probably going to be pretty varied in skill levels.
Your right tower.
You rock.
Silence.
We need war.
Down.
way.
Enemies fire giant.
You're welcome.
Missing middle.
My animation didn't go off, bro. Ah, dude. No, I think this one is just cooked. There's just no presence anywhere, man. What is even happening? This game. It's like I am alone.
The gold fury. Attack the gold fury. Attack
Don't
the
worry,
gold
bro.
fury.
Feel free to call me anytime. I'll pick up.
Wow, he is so quiet. Big that we got dagger. I just mean just a lad kill as well.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
I don't care. Kill him. Get him out.
Chase the enemy.
Okay.
Okay.
Bro, where the fuck are we going? Just chase them. Why are we not fighting this? Dude, okay. Just get me out then. It's a free fight! I missed it way too much shit though. But like, why is my Scylla support playing the most... Like... Just dash in, bro! You have the most broken fucking support. Just go in. I'm so confused. Why did I go in alone? Okay. That one is so weird to me. I mean, no wonder we're losing if this is what's happening. We just don't want to play the game then. Okay, whatever. Wow. I mean, that specific situation there probably has tilted me more than anything else ever in Smite 2. That is mind-blowing to me that we just didn't do anything at all. With how low they were, and that we had the same numbers.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready.
Quiet. Good game.
wards there. Back to farming, I guess.
Attack fire giant.
Yeah, chill Sunday vibes. Has not been chill Sunday vibes, I can tell you that much. It's been I'm losing my mind vibes.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Yeah, whatever. Like, I'm just you're sitting there charging ult. Can we just go on her, man? I'm so tired of this. All I'm seeing is Scylla ulting someone and dying in the process. She hasn't done it in a good situation yet. Just use your combo first. Can we please just play like normal humans? That's close, actually. If they don't show up, he probably gets the kill.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
What are you picking before you can defend tier 2 in mid?
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
I was really trying to see if I could Aegis the Neath ult, but that shit is so fast and hard to see sometimes. It's fine, just push, boys.
Your team has
There's no reason to go to fire.
destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. The heat bears down upon you. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Ally has been slain. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really think it matters what I do with this game. Oh shit, I really got it rot before this. Fuck these words. I'm buying rot.
Enemies incoming.
I still think we can win. Like, we're a good comp for the most part. Carly needs late game, that's fine. What the fuck? Third Devos? That's also very interesting.
Oh, Callie, how are you going to be getting Devo on the third item? Come on, man.
Okay, Fenrir is dead. I don't know, I still think we can defend.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
We have a good defense comp.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh. Your right tower is under attack.
You're also very quiet, Danceline. I can barely hear you.
I'll
Your right
turn it up a
tower
little bit.
has been destroyed.
Neath is poked. go mid, we can at least get a Phoenix there.
Attack the gold fury.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Cool.
Enemy has been slain.
Middle lane. Bathe in the glow.
Careful for Aladdin, I can definitely just get a one shot here.
Attack middle lane.
My bad, I was trying. You were both low.
Serpents.
Probably just going now.
Just fucking revival wish. That's horseshit. Fucking Aladdin, stupid ass revival wish. The second we heard it, we should have gotten out. I don't know why we stuck around.
Your middle
You have to
tower
push up
is
a bit and
under
try and
attack.
get anywhere, I think, otherwise they're gonna
Your
end on it.
middle tower.
Yeah, I don't know, you're still super quiet for me. I can still barely hear you.
Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Just try and defend this. If Rocket's back up, they shouldn't be able to end.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack. Your right phoenix is under attack.
I mean, if we can save the Phoenix as well, that'd be huge.
I'll attack middle lane.
Only losing one Phoenix for all that is definitely ideal.
Defend right lane. Defend right lane.
Enemies have returned to base. Enemies have returned
careful.
to base.
Do you go Pyro?
Yeah, we gotta get some wards and get ready for fire.
On my way.
Enemies in the lane.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Be right back. I will ward.
Retreat.
Quiet.
Wukong is low.
Enemy ultimate down. Be careful.
They're on it.
We need wars. Bathe in the glow.
Down upon you.
Watch the Aladdin on
Behind us. Behind us.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Oh, the root actually hit me.
Enemy has been slain. Move like a jaguar.
I mean, Fenrir, you can't just jump in there, man. We should stay grouped.
Your right
We gotta play around
phoenix
the
is under
poke more than
attack.
just going in. That really sucks.
That's too bad.
I mean, it's not that he's wrong that Kali was completely useless, but it doesn't change the fact that we just are not playing around the comp like that we have. If we play around me and Ra being able to poke, like we pretty much could. If we just play around the poke of our 2 mages, like we did in some of these fights, where Wukong just gets one-shot, or we poke out the Neith or the Aladdin, who were by far the main issues, we could have easily won this game. But we're not playing around the strengths of our comp. That's the type of stuff I hate the most about playing ranked these days, is that people don't understand the comp strengths. People are like, we're not fighting back, we're losing. Well, you don't have to fight back, you just have to play to the strengths of your comp. If your comp is good at split pushing, then you split push. If your comp is good at team fighting, then you team fight. If your comp is good at poking, then you poke. It's that simple. But obviously, this is also something that comes from experience, is like having been like a competitive player in Smite. So not everyone just playing ranked has that type of mindset, but it really bothers me. I forgot to check my SR. I think I got back out of DoD again. Dude, why am I? I guess it has to be a gun turn, because he's higher elo than me then, so I assume that it is. I'll just get these 2 gods out then. There we go. Fixed. Now he has to play normal characters. No, Michael Cool Kid. No, my one character. It's fine, I wasn't gonna play it again, but I don't know what the fuck to play. I've like truly hit a spot where I'm just like, I don't know what to play in Smite right now. Hades? I'm not feeling Hades. Not that he's bad, but I'm not really feeling it. I'll do Thana. Mulan. Mulan can go both ways, I think, in this matchup for me. As long as I'm consistently hitting my ones, I should be okay, but eventually we'll get to a point where if she starts with something like Mystical, I can't really fight her for a little while. I gotta get Radiant Thana, dude. I don't like any of his Mastery skins. This one is just way too fucking purple. This one is basically the same thing as his normal one. Well, it's not, but like... It still just has the same, like, color scheme-ish. All I have is the toast. I mean, not having Blink on this character feels so bad, so I'll just do that. And then the big question, I might try Devos. I'm gonna be last... Wait. No, I forgot to take on the Aspect! goofed myself. Shit. I think I just go Devos then. Whatever. It's either I go Devos or I just build normally as if I was a jungler. Go like Hydras and Jotuns, but I think I'll lose even harder into a Mulan if I do that. It is because last time I played this character I didn't use the aspect, but I actually prefer it after trying it with non-aspect. I really like building it around the regrowth. It sucks early on, because you don't have the last hits, the heal from the last hits on minions. At least that gives you some nice sustain early on in lane, but I think he loses most matchups early on either way.
Minions have spawned.
Warriors, for that matter. Like, if you meet any warrior, they just tend to have so much shit to throw out early on. But whatever. I should be okay. It's not like this is bad, and it doesn't really make that big of a difference. Don't think I get him in time. Unless he just runs back in like this. Then I will get him eventually. Hitting anything.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dog shit. I thought my blink auto was in range. It wasn't. Not very masterful. They're both so low in mid. Only I could rotate. Oh my god, he's one leveled up. Oh my god, dude. He's one leveled up! They had a third hit! Ugh. Okay, I'm chasing too much.
Your left tower is under attack.
If I only was 5, I would have just fucking chased. That is some actual clownery I've done to myself here. Also, once again, Smite 2 being really fucking stupid, and me getting 2 solo kills apparently equals to him getting a single kill back, and now we're back to being even. Are you shitting me?
Your right tower is under attack. Attack! Ultimate is ready.
I'll cut you down.
Enemy has been slain.
Cannot escape death.
worked out in a weird way anyway.
A fight that truly tests our skill.
Your souls to me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Cannot escape death.
The rain shall wash them away.
Tragic.
Missing middle. Careful left.
Your life stream.
Your left tower is under attack.
Your time has come.
They need
If
me.
I do say so myself. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Enemy spotted. Be careful, right.
Welcome back, Nectura.
Enemy missing button.
Your right tower is under attack.
I need to back and finish up my shit. What? Nah, there's no way that hit me. Fuck. That shit's wide as fuck.
Your life stream.
No, dude. Oh, at least I got his H's. He was out of execute range again. I couldn't tell. That's tragic. He stuck around at least.
Your right tower is under attack.
I still need to back, dude. I have 3k gold at 8 minutes.
Tower is under attack.
Why am I even here?
Wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Even the immortal death now.
Maybe I compromise and just do this. Because I'm into Mulan, who has a heal, Kali has a heal, Bacchus has a heal, so there's a bunch of things on that team that can proc my brawlers here. And this way I won't be Giga Squishy. For now. Definitely still will.
Your souls to me.
Don't need the execute this time.
Is under attack.
Now that I actually have more cooldown, it's gonna feel a lot better to fight. Which one do I play first? Lies of P, No I'm Not Human, Bramble the Mountain King, or Clash Prison 33? I mean, I think either you go Lies of P, it depends on what you're in the mood for, right? If you want a Souls-like and more difficult type of game, I would generally say go Lies of P. If you want, you know, the talk of the town, masterpiece of the year, it would be Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I would recommend one of those two, at least, from personal experience with them. I love those games very much. I think they have the most interesting worlds, the most interesting storytelling. Tower? No. Dude, I'm so dead, aren't I? I'm pretty sure I have a tower shot in me. I'm not dead. I live. Okay, bro. Cali beats.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know if someone's coming to me. I would like to get tower and they're on the right. I should be fine then.
Your right tower is under attack. Cancel that. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Gizdu is getting shit on enough to the point where the ADC is visiting me now.
Thanks.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Ultimate is ready. I will cut your life strings.
Don't really think I can put up to the character being OP in solo, unfortunately. With Mulan playing the way she is. Not to mention she's currently building, for the most part, damage. Like, she's full squishy to me. Kali's low behind. No ult. I'll take the trade, that's okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Very strong. Your right tower is under attack.
I should have just ulted someone else, probably ulted out.
Cancel that.
Whatever though.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Twelve. Gotta start warding fire at this point, I think. What is Kali building anyway? Just full attack speeds, yellow damage stuff. Pretty low on damage for now, but I still don't really think I can win in a trade with her right now.
If I do say so.
I don't think they should fight it.
Attack right lane. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I mean, they're so low, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack right lane.
Attack the Cold Fury.
On my way.
Group up.
Okay. I'll attack the Gold Fury. Enemy spotted.
Need help, boys.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
We really just dragged it out of the bomb, did we?
Retreat. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. You did quite well. Retreat. Attack.
Bro, I'm trying to blink. I've absolutely cooked it.
Juga Thunderstruck. What tosh?
It burns so good.
The rain shall wash them away.
Was kind of expecting my team to get there a little sooner. I guess she was too fast.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
Think I need Titans next. I can't help but feel like I missed an item. I guess I'm thinking of
Attack the
Jotuns.
fire giant.
On my way.
I usually go Jotuns on him.
On my way. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Fabuloso! Like a baby. Shut down! Overkill! Lana, don't fail me now!
She's still really low.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Your souls to me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, don't back. No! I saw the back animation begin. Fuck.
Your middle tower is under attack. Lord the fire giant.
I'll cut you down. Cannot escape death. Enemy missing.
Attack
Enemy
left
missing.
lane.
Your time has come.
Not yet. Very good.
Bear your souls to me.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
To me.
I think he's okay.
On my way.
At least I would have thought so until
Slain.
that dude showed up.
Your middle
The snake.
tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Attack the gold fury. The pyromancer has arrived. You did quite well. Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Enemy spotted. Like a baby.
Damn. I wasn't sure what active he had when I was in the air.
Attack.
What else? I guess that's it. I think that's all they used. It was a big pickup. I wanted to go for it because I knew that'd probably lead to fire, but me dying is, I guess, just as bad. Careful boys, you're one man down and they might come from behind. Don't risk it for this pyro. Those who can't just get out, this is not good. Yeah. Why would we on pyro in this situation here?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack.
Your time has come.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I'll eat you
Your
stagger at
middle
least.
phoenix has been destroyed.
Escape death.
I guess they just have wards everywhere.
Your left tower is under
That's so cooked, man. I guess they end off of that. They just have fucking wards everywhere. This is 3 games in a row where I just feel like a massive team difference. And people don't ward. I fucked it though, that's completely on me. Just defend Titan if you can, boys. Getting the Phoenix is not worth it here, I think. I went a little too ham. Where's my Sunbeam at? Ah yes, the Sunbeam Thana. I don't think I've seen anyone even do it. Alright, I need enough gold for this freaking Titans, at least. That's a nice pickup. Hello, Walder. Is it Waldrum or Walder? I must know.
Enemy will cut your life stream. Enemy spotted. With you. Enemies of the cold fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Retreat.
Retreat!
We cannot lose anyone here. Also, it doesn't matter that much them getting... I mean, gold obviously matters, but... It's only one Phoenix up anyway, so in terms of the usability on the big one, wouldn't have mattered a whole lot anyway. It is kind of hard playing in this game as a, I guess, solo Thana, because no one else can really create the room for me to go in outside of bots. And so far that just hasn't really happened all that often. I've had to initiate almost every time.
Right phoenix is under attack.
Makes it pretty easy for them to turn on me. What did I do last? Probably still just do for like Jotun's. Jotun's feels too good on Thana. With how good he is at snowballing off of kills, Jotun's just makes that even better. But do you mind if I get speed?
We need wards. Enemy
Escape death.
I can handle it. Guide me.
Thanks.
I can handle it. The spirits guide me.
Careful, we don't know where they are, boys. We need some more wards on the map. We need to defend the last wave and left as well. And then get a bunch of wards.
Enemy team has
Yeah, it's gonna die in seconds, I guess. With their team comp, that should die so fast. They might have just backed.
Escape death.
I don't think we get defend it though. I think we just push lanes.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Cancel that. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Enemy spotted.
Kali's in base, bros.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Kali's just running around in the base, guys. We cannot let that happen.
Titan is under attack.
And once again, it just feels like I'm playing alone. Like, my mind is just somewhere else in my team. Why are we defending right when Kali is behind us in the base? And I'm telling them, but I guess maybe they don't have comms on. That makes it worse. Oh my god. Yeah, it's cooked. Waldrum? Gotcha. Alright, I'll do one more game. I think I'm back out of deity now anyway, so... The passion is cooked. I mean, that's pretty fucking low. Mendoza did no damage this game. I think I fell back out of deity a while ago. Never mind, actually. I've been out for a while. Let's keep the loss going. I did fuck up a few times myself in that game. I was trying to go for something big, because I knew I had to, otherwise we just weren't winning that game. Just don't know what to play. I want to play the game, but I'm so bored with all the gods in Smite 2. And I can't go too crazy on like weird picks because if I need to play something where I at least can carry on them. I just don't know what. All the solo gods are just mega boring. Asset? Well, she's not in Smite 2. Unfortunately. Also never been a huge fan of her. It's never really a god for me. But maybe I would enjoy her more in Smite 2, depending on what they do. I mean, there's nothing on this list, at least, that makes me excited. I want to play Tsukuyomi, obviously, but who doesn't? It's just permabanned anyway. And the one time I tried to let it through, I gave it to one of the best mids in the world, so that was a mistake. I just wanted to play it myself. Maybe Bari? I haven't played much Bari lately. Maybe Danza, actually. I could do some Danza gameplay. Scylla? Could do Scylla. Alright, I think it's decided. It's gonna be Danza or Scylla. The only two characters on the entire list that I'm looking at thinking I might want to play those. And those characters at least will be good for late game, so I should be there. Kind of leaning more towards Scylla than Danza. This thing does so much damage. Let's just do the same, I guess. Probably still... Is Gunter streaming, actually? That would let me know if he is on the enemy team. Gun... no. I don't know. Then I don't know. Would be nice to know, because I don't want to ban Aladdin and Suku every game. But either way, probably would be banning them in this case anyway. What's even left? Ares, I guess. Ares.
Select your god.
I mean, he has been left on the table, and I could do it. The Odin man himself has been left, and Baron was picked first. There is a chance here. A possibility, one might say. Ah, fuck it, man. I haven't played him in so long because he's always banned. I'll do an Odin game. So much for playing Scylla or Danza. I actually forgot about him. I think I would have banned him over Ares. Oh, fuck me, dude. I fucking hate this mob specifically. So much. Let's just get him super low. Any enemy in games where they have to die at the same time, that shit is fucking rough. And I forgot it was gonna self-destruct. That's great. And I don't have any damage. This sucks. Oh well. Yeah, I mean this one will revive, this one will not. Hopefully I can finish him off this next turn. Oh, Pain was in the game too, and I took his Odin. I'm sorry, Pain. One of the rare opportunities to finally play his character, and I took it. Hello, Torna Vladimir. Hello. Good to see you. I can't even imagine what Pain is feeling from that. I'm sorry, man. I didn't know. What do I play here, actually? Or what do I pick? I'm thinking actually going Aegis here. As Odin, of all things. Yeah, let's go for the safe start. I was thinking about going Warriors into Devos. But so far that build has not been a fan of mine. I don't like it. Though I suppose if he doesn't go, he actually normally would have gone Bluestone with the SOT build, but I feel like you're so squishy if you do that. I think I just got a build for what I'm best at. That tends to go my way a little better.
Minions have spawned.
Yay!
I'll attack. Sup, bro? Hi.
All right.
Prepare to be impaled!
Prepare to be impaled. Oh, it's not even... okay, never mind. Thought it was gonna be Thanos solo. I was prepared to juke some scythes. It's just Aegis in case he used his 3. Or his 1, I should say. Yo! Oh my god, I'm so shit.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
I am so shit.
Enemy missing. Okay.
Shell also though? I didn't even realize he has fucking Shell. I gotta get better at checking what my enemy has as an active. I'm so shit at that, or Relic.
Be careful, middle.
Gotta be more careful now. No Google for me. Still think I'll be okay though.
Enemy missing middle. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies incoming. Retreat. Retreat. Be careful. Are you ready? Enemies in the right jungle. Problem.
Couldn't help it. If I died for that, I wouldn't even have been mad. It was going through my head. I had to try.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm so greedy right now. I think it's because I'm hungry. Has to be why.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful right.
The rain shall wash them away.
Going to hurt.
It's very aggressive.
Enemy has been slain.
Wait, what is he buying first?
The rain shall wash them away.
Is that Sanguine? Has to be Sanguine. Surely.
Prepare to be impaled. Your life ends here and now. This is going to hurt.
I was hoping I would burst enough. Not enough cooldown. That's okay. Good to know.
Infernal flames shield me.
Don't want to back yet. Need too little XP.
There is no hope.
Into a breastplate. I do wonder what he is actually going with here. Because I can't see it being anything but Sanguine. But I'm also really shit at remembering like build paths. That is not my strong suit. Oh, it's Devos. That makes more sense. You're right. Oh, you're right. I like that more too. I'm glad he goes Devos and not Sanguine first. That shit's so annoying. I mean, what the fuck is that? They're just gonna TP right. It's way too late, guys. Unless they don't TP. Thana is behind you though.
Well, they did, but they're baited by the. They're getting.
I still think it's too late.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Good that we got it though.
No, get out of here.
Prepare to be impaled.
Your left tower is under attack. Oh, move like a jaguar.
Infernal flames shield me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So funny we both got back, actually. I didn't get an assist. I just realized. Hi-Res, what the fuck are we doing? How did I not get an assist for that? That's so criminal.
Enemy has been slain.
Play frontline for one game and I'm getting fucking camped. And I've missed. My own undoing. I pressed the wrong button, dude! I went to press E, not F! I'm so mad, dude. It's time to go eat, man. I can't think straight anymore. I'm pressing the wrong fucking buttons. He's literally the freest kill of all time, and there's no way I die to Thana as long as I don't Aegis, because I'm wasting my own fucking life doing that shit. I'm so mad. Get him. Nice. I'm so mad, dude. I should have gone to eat dinner instead. I cannot fucking play right now. What am I doing?
Enemy missing right.
The amount of fuck-ups I've had this game is insane. What the fuck is he even building? Finally. Fucking finally. Something. I did something, boys. Jesus Christ. Should I get tower here too?
Right tower is under attack.
You leave.
Enemies incoming right.
They're coming right.
Enemy has been slain.
I mean, you could just let me tank the tower first, then it would be fine. It's whatever though. Didn't expect Baron there. I do think it would have been okay if Merc just lets me tank it first. Like, he kind of just ran in there first. Still a good fight overall, though. Despite us chasing Jin Wei for pretty much no reason. It's a huge wave.
Be careful, right?
This is going to hurt.
Enemy, you'll fall down. Defend the goal. Cancel that. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down.
Kind of thought Merc was gonna come to me, but never mind, I guess.
Your middle
Guess I'm just
tower
losing my tower for free instead.
Enemy spotted.
Thana is down here.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Prepare to be attacked.
Cold fury. Enemy has been slain. Behind.
The timing of that Gep shield is so fucking annoying. Fuck me, bro. Literally dies with if that Gep shield doesn't show up.
And rain shall wash them away.
What next? Let's go Neiman, I guess. Huge. Oh, it's fucking pouring down outside. I was wondering why I get fucking cold breezes all over. All of a sudden. It's absolutely pouring down. I love rain, guys. I'm no longer tilted. I mean, very much sucks that he got it. But it is what it is. I wanted to check fire before I went. Help them out. They could probably do it with a Jingwei Baron somewhat fast if we're just all running around and right.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Enemy spotted. This is going to hurt. Your life ends here and now.
I was supposed to be immortal. Attack! Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed that left right tower has been destroyed.
Enemies incoming.
Your right tower is under attack.
Not too sure what Merc was this whole time, but whatever.
Defend right lane. Yes. No problem. No problem.
Take care of it myself.
Ward the fire giant.
Also, what is this Thana build that I'm actually seeing? It's a tank Thana with Vital Lamp. It's an interesting idea. Thana is around speed. I do want more cooldown. Somewhere. Probably just Freya's. I guess for once I will rely on being tanky.
Enemies in right lane. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team enemy has been slain.
No, dude. How did that even go so bad? I guess we're just ignoring Baron, I'm guessing, is probably what went wrong there. People grouping up for some reason on the Gep. Into a big Thana ult and a bunch of Baron damage.
Your middle
Oh, well.
tower is under attack. Your middle
I just
tower
don't know
is
why.
under
I don't know. I have no idea how people died in this one.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're still gonna go fire.
Defend the fire giant!
Defend!
There is no hope.
Wash them away! Attack left lane! Attack middle lane!
So basically chasing bear, and I could have thrown my bomb on fire just to help out, but oh well.
Attack middle lane!
There you go, I threw the bomb, guys. No problem.
Victory.
I don't know what that really says, though. I mean, Odin is obviously OP as fuck, and just having the ring around is just super useful. But, yeah. The one game I could win was on a fucking tank. Unbelievable. Alright, I think I'll end it here. Despite me having a rough time trying to actually win today, I did have fun. I'm mostly salty about this game, though. We should have won this game. Or even the Kahulkan game. You know, most of my games, actually. This one was the one that stung the most, I think. We had this game in the bag. Anyway. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you guys coming by as usual. I am unsure if I'll be streaming tomorrow, but I'll probably be back on Tuesday. I believe that's when Shibboleth comes out as well, right? Yes, it is in fact on Tuesday. So I will definitely be back on Tuesday, because I obviously want to try some Shibboleth, okay? Or at least see him. See how that goes. But yeah, thanks guys. I'll see you some other time. Bye-bye.